everyone. Welcome to Weekend Sprints. Whether you're reading, doing other productive things, I think that this is going to be a very chill night. I say that every time, and then things get crazy or we end up talking a lot, but I'm feeling the very rainy vibes outside, the dark background, because Danny and I are going to be in space for most of this reading adventure. But yeah, so let us know in the comments what you're going to be doing, if you're going to be reading, if you just need some company, whatever that case is. I have a lovely guest, as I've already mentioned, Danny from Danny Dabbles. What you need to make sure you're doing right now is double check that you are subscribed to Danny. As you can see, she has provided us with her name, Danny.Dabbles. All you got to do is search it on YouTube and you'll find her. She's been growing quite quickly lately, so you might want to be a part of that train. Anywho, and also I'm already seeing like Katie and others in the comments being like, yay, Danny. I know Danny's a favorite on this channel. We all know it. But what we're going to be doing today is we're going to be reading together The Spare Man. This is a buddy read that we're doing this month, and we're having a good time. It's a bit of a, would you consider it like space opera / mystery or sci-fi / mystery?
So space opera still is something that I'm a little hard to define. I feel like space opera, you have to be traveling to and from different planets, which I know that we are in the midst of doing that, but we haven't gotten there yet. So I don't know. I don't know if that would be considered a space opera or just sci-fi.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. And I was told one time that space opera is less about the techie sci-fi, things and more about the adventure within that surrounding. And sci-fi is more about the ins and outs and how the technological advancements impact the plot and everything. But basically what happens is our main character, Tesla, she's on a space cruise ship for her honeymoon with her new husband. And then there's a murder. And she basically has to figure out what's going on, protect her husband, who is the prime suspect. And it's been a wild ride. I think multiple times, Danny, you've been like, I applaud the author for making me angry because there's just a lot of chaotic things going on. Do you think I've described it quite well? Is there anything to add about this plot?
Yeah. It's very, my mic is echoing. I would say that something that surprised me about the book is it is very spacey and futuristic, but also feels very cozy and historical, if that also makes sense, because it's set on like a cruise liner, but is a spaceship. Like they're traveling to Mars, I think is where they're supposed to be traveling. But that's something that I found interesting about the book.
Yeah, it's almost as though it's clear that it's in the future, but it also feels classic. Like the glamour, the way the kind of luxury of it all is. We've had this discussion of, is it gas lamp? Is that a term to describe this? I'm not sure. But yeah, it very much feels nostalgic, but in the future. It's really weird, in a good way. And there's also all these classic drinks at the beginning of each chapter. We get the recipe, and Tesla's very knowledgeable of the cocktails, and like we're learning a lot of stuff. It's added to the ambiance of the whole thing. Yeah, that's what we're going to be reading this evening, on and off. Let's see who's here. I know that Donna mentioned that she got here very early. I think, Donna, you were also sprinting either yesterday or earlier today. Got a notification. Hello. I'm here an hour early, wanting to make sure I made it on time. Thanks. I appreciate it. I know, and especially because these are rescheduled sprints. I was supposed to have them last weekend, and then I was like, I cannot be on screen that much this weekend because I also had Ice Planet Barbarian sprints, and that was a time. Hello, Dreamcatcher. How are you? We also have James making dinner. How is the internet situation going on, James? I know that on Thursday you were meant to sprint with us with Brittany, and then James lost his internet, and that was just not fun. Like, I feel like that's something that is so dependent, that we're very dependent on these days, is making sure our internet is going, and hello, Laura. I'm playing around on Procreate and watching BookTube and sprint hopping. Awesome. Nice. Yeah, I did a lot of like BookTube stuff today, like editing and recording and making thumbnails. So I actually haven't read it all today, which feels very weird to say because it's like 4 p.m. for me, and that That's not something that usually happens. I'll be making dinner. Ooh, chili. Oh, that sounds really nice today. Because like I said, it's not great weather here. Then we'll be reading my buddy chapters of Children of Blood and Bone, then move to another book. Awesome, Don.
Nice.
Yeah, I haven't read this, but let us know what you're thinking of it. Because every time you mention it, I'm like, that title is very interesting. Hello, Laura. It has been a busy week. Did not attend many sprints. Yeah, understandable. Like when you're like life is hectic, business. For some reason, I'm calling it business. Work, work is hectic. It happens. Sometimes I find myself being MIA in the sprint sector too. We do our best. And sometimes we need time to kind of distance ourselves anyway. Hello, Sarah. Going to be reading Golden Sun, book 2 of Red Rising this evening. Awesome. Are you enjoying it? Are there any more horses in space? That's all I know about Red Rising. Greetings and happy Saturday. Hello, Night Garden. Feelings. Oh, you're feeling a little under the weather. That's been going around too. A lot of us have been feeling that way. So we'll take a 30-minute nap later, and we'll be switching between Lunar Love and Song of Silver. Flame. Oh, Song of Silver Flame. Like night. What a title. Also, Lunar Love. I think I know that title. Is that like a rom-com set around kind of Lunar New Year signs? I read that. If it's the Lunar Love I'm thinking, and I enjoyed it. Hello, how are you? This is Anna. Anna, yes. Okay, feeling good about myself, as long as I'm not wrong. I'm happy to be here. I am in the throes of research, but we'll be taking a break soon to make some dinner. And of course, I will be listening to my audiobook while I do it. We love it when you can multitask. That is awesome. It also the epitome of a cozy evening. I have the house to myself and it's raining. Honestly, though, yeah, like this is a reader's dream, an introvert's dream.
Yes.
Like there's a clear weather reason why I'm not going outside. Like I don't know. It's a great excuse to just stay indoors and cozy up. I got my blanket too. Don't plan on moving very much this evening. That's just what it is. And
Hi,
then
Katie.
yay, Danny! Yes, so exciting. Hello, how are you, Patricia? Hope you're having a lovely weekend. I think we are. I'm reading Only One Left by Riley Sager. Are you enjoying it? Are you a big Riley Sager fan? I've tried Riley Sager once, and I liked the atmospheric tension, but then the ending kind of let me down. That one was it Home Before Dark?
I've only read The House Across the Lake.
Okay,
It was okay.
Yeah, that one's like almost like a fever dream. I've heard the like narration is kind of chaotic. Also, Katie kindly provided us with the link to Danny, so now no one has an excuse. You can click on that. Thank you, Katie, making sure people are staying accountable. Hello, Sarah. Currently reading Right Man, Right Time by Megan Quinn. Good to see you. I know that you've been periodically here and there as well, so I hope you've been doing okay. Hello, Nicole. Also, Nicole recently hit 1,000 subscribers, so if people want to congratulate her, yes, and join the ever-growing community on her side of BookTube, go say hello. Reading Forever Amber. Now subscribed. Yes, James. Good job. Yes, thank you for following instructions. Anna also followed instructions. Thank you. We very much appreciate it. Hello, Linz. Also, Danny has a lot of things planned, both in the near future and in the distant future. So just, I feel very, I guess, happy to be a part of it in a way where I know some of the things, not all the things, but so yeah, you guys can all be jealous of how much I know. Hello, how are you, Jess? Jess is also joining me on my sprints on Tuesday, which I still need to schedule. I still need to make the thumbnail for that, but that is a future Leandra problem. A little worse for wear after Pink. So just chilling today. Pink as in like, did you go see Pink? What is Pink?
That's what I took it as. They went
the
to
artist, the singer?
Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking, but let us know if I'm wrong. Or it could be something else. Or is it like a musical? Is there a musical named Pink? I don't know. Just with the exclamation point as the I, it's throwing me off. Going to listen to The Bone Collector by Jeffrey Deaver. Nice. And then we're saying hello to everyone. Saying hello again. Hello, Aaron. Getting in a workout, and then Throne of Glass Book 3. And is that just a trilogy? I can't remember, but I know that it's by Sarah J. Maas, and I know that Katie has told me that's where I should start if I were to read Sarah J. Maas. That's the information I can provide you, Aaron. I hope you're having fun with it. Yeah, I was like, that's what I can provide. Hello, Nikki. I'm finishing up Their Eyes Were Watching God and hopefully starting on Run, Rose, Run. I know that you're reading Their Eyes Were Watching God for, I think you said it was for a book club, but let me know if I'm wrong on that. Are you enjoying it? Are you finding it like thoughtful and interesting? I was sprinting last night, but was hanging out with Beatrice. Okay, that's what I thought, because Beatrice was also sprinting earlier today. Yeah, I knew I saw you around the sprinting sphere. My internet is back. Hopefully it's here to stay. Yes, hopefully, weather and other things can always be a trial, but yeah, hopefully it stays. Hello, Glenda. I'm reading Nearly All the Men in Lagos okay, let's try this again. Nearly All the Men in Lagos Are Mad by Damilare Cuckoo. It's a short story. I know. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, that title, I need to like pause and do it again and give it justice, because that was a mouthful. A short story collection about the perils and pitfalls about dating men in Lagos, Nigeria. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. That kind of I feel like that's been happening a lot, not obviously in this specific nature of things, but there's also Men Without Women by Haruki Murakami. And just like, I feel like that topic, this idea of relationships, it works for short story collections. I am really enjoying it. That's awesome. Hello, Bethany. Between nursing my family, who all have strep, I'm reading Heartless Hunter today. Oh my goodness. I hope you survive it. I hope you don't end up succumbing to strep with the rest of your family, but it seems as though the odds are against you. So stay healthy yourself. I bought Feybound yesterday because of FOMO, and I'm probably gonna read it sometime this month. Awesome, James. Yeah, I think I just got the hold come in, but we're gonna see if I can get to it this month, or if it's gonna have to be a read for April. But I'm looking forward to it, because both Laura and Elliot are saying that it's something not to miss. I am almost done with Stars and Smoke. It was okay. Did not feel that connected to the book, but it was unique. 3.5 stars. Okay, yeah, 3.5. This is why it's nice to be able to have the half or quarter star ratings, because like 3.5, just like that sounds like, okay, maybe that is just not a U book, whereas a 3, people are still so intimidated by that. I've only read 4 books so far this month, so I'm 5 books behind. It's been busier than I thought. That's because James is trying to read 31 and 31.
Oh my.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, Danny, that's something you're not trying to do this month, especially with it's been I'm still settling down in my new place. I do have plans to catch up though, so fingers crossed. Yeah. Oh, I love that we both did it at the same time. That was very satisfying. Good afternoon. Hello, Jess. How are you? What are you up to today? Yes, congrats. Also subbed. Yay. Oh my gosh, Anna, we're just having you make so many friends. That's what I feel like the theme of this week has been. Hello, Evie. How are you? Just starting dinner. Also, Evie, by the way, if you ever get a comment, they will be filled with amazing recommendations by like authors with titles that I don't personally like know or recognize. And so I've just, every time Evie comments, I'm like, okay, there's going to be a couple books that I need to add to my list. So yeah, be sure to make friends with Evie if you want some obscure titles. Hello, Rachel. How are you? Having a splendid Saturday, as are we. Hello, Megan. I'll be finishing The Frozen River. Megan, were you aware that Kelsey is reading this too? Reads with Kelsey? Or was that intentional? Did you start it because she's reading it? Like, or is this just, serendipitous? Kindle says I have a little over an hour left to read. Oh my gosh, then you're totally going to be finishing that soon. Pretty sure that's how Pink styles her name. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, like I'm trying to stay hip with the crowd and remember what these things are, because I don't know. I never pay attention to music. Yeah, I saw her last night in concert. Best concert of my life. She was expensive. RIP my bank account, but totally worth it. Yeah. And also like her voice remains so like unique and like strong. I will say that. Yeah. Like whenever I like see her like singing, I'm like, I think it's because she also has like the gravelly tone. Throne of Glass is $7. Okay,
Oh my.
I under. Oh my gosh, I was only thinking there was like half of that and a prequel. Yeah, I should have known. With Sarah J. Maas, does she ever do a series that is short? Not to my knowledge. Trying to get as much written as I can today. Get to the next word goal to pause and review the story so far. Good
Nice.
luck. Yes, good luck indeed. We've got more hellos. I also bought the very last denim jacket, the merch in the whole stadium.
Oh
You know,
my.
sometimes it's like it would be nice if they had almost like numbers and you can be like, this is the 1,000th jacket or whatever it is. And then it's like proof that it was the last one. Congratulations. Did you have to fight anyone for it? Or was it just like a very like lackluster climax where you're like, oh, good to know. And they're like, yeah, here we go. I mean, if you want to read Throne of Glass, you should check out the read along announcement on Beautifully Bookish Bethany's channel. Oh my gosh, I didn't even realize that she was doing. Did I? I don't think I realized that she was doing a read along for that. Just popping in to say hi. Hello, Greta. Before I go to bed, I know it's late for you. I'm currently in Austria for a week. Oh my gosh, of skiing and need a good rest before skiing again tomorrow. Smart. Very fun. Skiing kind of scares me because I've never skied in my life. And so I just imagine the skis crossing and then me dying immediately. So I know that's not how that works, but I used to snowboard a little bit, but I never skied. Also some self promo. Donna is sprinting with me on Thursday. Oh, we love self promo. Very exciting. I cannot wait to be on sprints with you, James. Yay! It's going to be so fun. I've never gotten it yet, but I drank. Oh my gosh, yeah, you drank out of your husband's drink on accident today. So we'll find out. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, you could just be asymptomatic, which, like, I guess, arguably, if you had to be sick, that's the better scenario. So you're not feeling it, but let's just hope you just don't get it. Yeah. Hopefully the transference isn't as strong as we fear. You know, the double dipping method. I know that they like had that on, what was it called? Mythbusters. Remember that back in the day?
Yes.
And yeah, that was interesting. More self promo. I posted my 72 hours in the Reading Nook vlog. I didn't even participate in that. It like came, went, and I was like, oh my gosh. But yeah, I'm excited to see everyone's vlogs for that. So very nice. So glad you enjoyed the concert. Yes, money well spent, hopefully. And also, hopefully, you still can like eat normal food until your next paycheck and you're not like pinching pennies after that. I just heard, I just heard that Kelsey was reading it. I think Brittany mentioned it. Definitely not planned. Libby told me it was time to read it. Yes. When Libby says read it, you either do or it's gone. That's your only chance. And then we also have Teresa here. Hello. Can't stay long. That's okay. No worries. Thanks for stopping by for a little bit of time. People are, of course, greeting, welcoming everyone. I didn't have to fight anyone for it. But it was very stressful. Oh, probably because you were like, as you were moving up in line, you were like, oh my gosh, is someone else getting it? And yeah, being a bit nervous. The merch line was so long and I would have cried if it was gone. It's like 4 sizes too big. They had to take down the display one. Ooh, that's when you know. Yeah, because usually the display one's just kind of like a random size too. Rather, I guess it's better to have a big one than like have had it be too small and you're like, there's no point in me buying it. Skiing so much fun, but I've been doing it since I was 3. So it's kind of second habit now. Yeah, like you could just be like, if you could just ski everywhere, you know, don't even need to walk. Just glad that I still can as I dislocated my knee. Oh my gosh, 2.5 years ago. This is going to be an understatement, but that could not have been pleasant. Like that is horrific. No, yeah. That freaks me out. I'm so sorry that you dealt with that, but I'm glad you're still able to ski. Hello to Nicole, to Kiwi, to Donna, to Jess, all those who are just joining. Glenda is our perfect welcoming committee, and we greatly appreciate it. And I literally sprinted through those comments. Danny just like was letting me go, and I was like, let's get to the bottom. I don't know why I was so motivated today, but we actually did it. Usually it takes us about half an hour. So maybe this is our time to shine, where I actually get things done in a quick manner. So did you say good job to me?
No, I said it's a sign.
Oh, it's a sign. Meanwhile, I'm like asking for compliments. I'm like, oh, Danny just said good job. And it's like, No, she didn't. But that's just what I wanted to hear. We will end here on this comment before we go into a sprint. Dinner is made. Very exciting. Oh, perfect timing then. Now we can let James go eat. Also, friendly reminder to please hit that like button. Thanks, Katie. I really appreciate it. Also, reminder that Katie's also someone who sprints. So if you want more sprinting, you totally can. Oh my gosh, now the comments are coming in and I'm lying. I'm lying. I am reading MGM right now. What is that? And I'm listening to Because of Winn-Dixie. I didn't realize there is 2 versions. People are saying good job to me as I fail because I'm still looking at the comments. It's fine. We know what James is eating, which is great. Yes, yum indeed. Teresa, let me know what MGM is because I'm missing something. I'm sure that that's a really common like acronym, and I'm just at a loss. So yeah, that might be your instruction for one person, or if someone else can guess if they want to and have fun with that. Let's see here. Let's go to
it's middle grade March.
Oh, I am okay. So you're focusing on middle grade March right now. That's why you're reading Because of Winn-Dixie. Okay, I appreciate it. Thanks, James. And then we also have Cherie, just back from the library. Got 4 books. Are you going to be reading any of them today? Which one's on your goal list first? Yes, I feel like I'm now chaotic. I told you this is meant to be calm, and then it went crazy. But we're gonna do hour-long sprints if that's okay with everyone. I feel like it allows us to feel settled and ensure that we're actually like getting some stuff done. But if you ever want to switch things up, make it longer or shorter, we may go on one single longer one depending on how the timing goes. Because Danny here has like something that you need to do. You got to go run off on an errand, and so we might have to accommodate for that. And we're happy to because Danny is lovely, and we'd rather have Danny here than not here. So there we go. All right. On that note, I will see everybody in 60 minutes. Thanks for being here with us, even though I'm scattered tonight. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you had a good hour, however you chose to spend it. Let us know in the comments, if you feel like it. You don't have to, it's up to you. I ended up getting 2 chapters completed in The Spare Man. And you might have noticed that at one point, Danny and I both had our phones up and we were talking. And that's because we were sending each other voice messages. And it was a very weird element because we could see ourselves and I could read your lips as you were talking. And I was like, this is a very weird, but that was really fun. And then beyond that, I was able to get like a few other things done, answer some Instagram messages from friends, look into some Discord things that are going on that I'm partway through, not fully done with looking at all of that stuff. But yeah, it was a good chill sprint. Also, let me see here. I got to update the banner. Self check-in. So check yourself. How's your water levels going? Yes, thank you for being our model, Danny. As you can see, all you need to do, grab the container that you have your water in, tip it or have a straw, and consume. That's all you got to do. A few easy steps. Everyone applaud Danny in the comments for being a perfect model. And then, yeah, make sure you got snacks. If you want to go stretch and you don't really feel like hearing us talk, that's also fine. Go off into the world. We'll be here when you get back. Danny, what did you get up to?
So I worked on my secret project that you guys will find out about. I don't want to say soon, but at some point.
Yeah.
And yeah, so I did some of that, and then I read 1 chapter, like 1.25 chapters on The Spare Man. So yeah, nice productive sprint. Got some stuff done I needed to get done, so that's good.
Woohoo! Very nice. Yes, I am again halfway through the stuff that Danny has kind of been doing. I'm speaking very vaguely because I'm so afraid to say anything out of turn. So I'm not going to say anything. Basically, just know that this is yet another reason. All this mystery is why you should go subscribe to Danny's channel because big things to come. Where were we? I think the last comment we had that I read was Cherie intriguing us about 4 books that have been picked up from the library. Cherie, maybe in the comments, if you haven't already, let us know what you got. What's going to be your priority? Very fun. And then, honestly, though, middle grade is fantastic storytelling per genre. I agree, especially if you need a palate cleanser between maybe like a heavier read. And it's just more often than not, there's just a hopeful, positive kind of themes, like important things. And it's really heartwarming to read a middle grade, I would say. Yeah, I know that you have a handful of middle grade potentials on your list, Danny. I do too. I just realized that I didn't add any to my actual TBR video. So I'm like, oh my gosh, what am I doing? So I'm probably going to read 1 or 2 middle grades. I just have to figure out what they are and where I can put them in.
Yeah, I did a separate TBR because I know that it's not like my norm.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think I'm going to read all of them because I put 5 middle grades on the list. But I want to at least get to a couple.
Mm-hmm.
Just depends on what's accessible at my library. I did get the Nevermore audio. So that's the one that I have access to right now. So that's probably going to be my first priority as far as like middle grade books in March. But yeah.
Very nice. Yeah, that's a series I've been meaning to try. One that I started the book and then I got distracted in February with other like priority reads. The Highland Falcon Thief. That one's like a mystery. It's like mysteries on trains or adventures on trains. And it seems like it would be a very quick, kind of fun. I don't know, it's quirky. I like the character, the main character. And yeah, I think that if anything, that's gonna be the one. I just borrowed Keeper of the Lost Cities. I know that that's like a really popular middle grade series, and it's not the first time I've borrowed it, and it's also not the first time I've questioned if I'm actually going to read it this time because it's just I have all these other things I have to do, and it's also a really popular series at my library, and so I always feel badly if I keep it for too long, knowing that like an actual middle grade person is waiting on it.
Yeah.
And I'd rather they get to enjoy it and get hooked on the series before, because I already know I'm going to read it at some point. Hello, Christina. Hope everyone is well. Sending some hugs to the like button. I appreciate it, probably because the like button is a little damp today where I am. It's raining. And so I think we need a hug to warm it up, and maybe a towel. Hello, Alicia. I'm reading Kings of the Wild with a W, or I mean a Y.
This is
Do I know
on
my
my
letters?
floor. I think this is probably going to be my next read because I only have 12 days left on Libby.
Ooh, is it a big one? It's a big one.
It's an 18-hour audiobook, so it's not small.
Okay. Yeah. No, it's longer than half a day. It's actually exactly it's a 3/4 of a day, I guess. 24 hours if I'm counting it as a day. Math people, look at us go. Hello, Sam. I'm reading Icebreaker by Hannah Grace. Ooh, Icebreaker, how are you feeling? That's a contentious read as of late. If you know about Icebreaker Gate, then you do. If you don't, look into it. But I feel like, I don't know, lately, I think the haves are winning, like the people who have liked it. Those who didn't like it, I think they're losing, but feel free to correct me if I'm wrong in the comments. Hello, Rye. How are you today? What are you up to? I hope you're having a relaxing weekend. Hello. Oh my gosh, Camilla. Again, I feel like it's been a while since I've seen you. I feel like I've mentioned that recently, which is totally fine. You gotta take care of things in your life, do other things, but it's always nice to see you. You're reading Earl Grey and Shallow Graves. Ooh, by Victoria Tate. I feel like I've heard of that, actually. Also, you're making me want Earl Grey tea, by the way. That sounds really lovely today.
Especially with the rain, yes.
Doesn't it? Yeah, it just feels like cozy and also like Earl Grey. If I remember correctly, I think it has a little bit of lavender in it or something. Maybe that's Lady Grey, the other version of that. But yeah, it's just it sounds really cozy with the rain. Also, though, it does have not a lot of caffeine, but it does have caffeine in it, and I don't think I need any more caffeine today. So as much as you're making me want it, Camilla, I will refuse. I will not have it today. Hello, Smokus. Just getting here after picking up my cat's blood pressure meds. Hoping to finish Fairy Tale by Stephen King today. Ooh, that's another hefty one. Also, I'm glad that your cat has got the medicine that's needed. I hope it's not difficult to give said cat the blood pressure meds because sometimes they don't want it.
Yeah, Andy literally spits them out, and I've tried everything.
Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh, I remember you telling me about it. How it's like you had to force it down.
Even when I did that, though, he just sat there and made himself vomit so he could vomit it up. I feel like in his little head, he's like, she's trying to poison me.
I knew this day would come. It's like, oh my gosh, no, I love you. Anywho, hello, Paul. Glad you're able to hang out with us. You're reading Ashes to Ashes. Ooh, very nice. Good afternoon to Jamie. I'll be switching between Seize the Night by Dean Koontz and The Picture of Dorian Gray. Ooh, two very well-known authors, at least, and certainly a well-known title. What are you thinking about it, Jamie? Are you liking Picture of Dorian Gray? I know that you've been reading it for a little while, but are you still finding it fascinating? Have a strong, very strong coffee. Tea was not enough. I know. I will say that compared to coffee and tea, even if it's the same levels of caffeine, coffee caffeine, it does something different to my brain than tea caffeine. I don't know why. I could have a strong black tea and a strong black coffee, and I feel like the coffee does something else to me. I don't know. It gets me all jittery and crazy, whereas I'm like, this tea does nothing. It calms me down.
Do you put more sugar in your coffee?
No, you know what's funny is, so I tend to, I'm a very sophisticated person. I'm one of those people that you think of in poetry slam readings with the snapping, and I drink it black is what I'm saying. Yeah. I'm leading up to this where it's the snobbish way to drink coffee. I tend to drink it black. Sometimes I am treat myself with throwing milk and sugar in there, and that's fine. I don't restrict it from myself. It just depends on how I feel. And then with tea though, herbal tea, I'll just have it straight. I'll just have it plain. And but if I'm having anything like Earl Grey tea or black tea of any kind, I'll usually put milk and sugar in that. I don't know why. But for some reason, herbal tea, I usually don't like to put stuff in herbal tea. I just like having it straight. Maybe honey. If I'm not feeling well, I'll throw in some honey. Mm-hmm. But that's about it. So for those of you who are wondering, that's my hot drink preference of, that's how I create it. How about you, actually, Danny? What is your preference? Do you like herbal teas or anything like that?
Herbal teas or like chai teas are kind of my
Mhm.
my favorite. I don't drink coffee. I don't like the flavor. But
Yeah.
yeah, and tea, honestly, I have to be in the mood. If it's like a cold night or if I'm sick, I'll drink herbal tea a lot if I'm sick. But I don't know. I'm kind of boring. I drink water a lot.
No, that's good. Remember the whole check in. Make sure we're drinking water. You did a great job. Like you should be. You're the water rep. We need
I
someone.
am.
Water should be sponsoring Danny. Hey, if you're listening, Big Water, sponsor Danny. She's down. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I wasn't a coffee drinker until college. Oh, college made me become a coffee drinker. Oh, it's the worst. And now I do view it as a comfort drink, which is kind of funny. I guess I've grown to enjoy the taste.
Yeah.
It's also the smell. I feel like if anything, it's more of a like calming thing to do in the morning. I like the habitual nature of it. It's yeah.
I
Mm-hmm.
love the smell. I grew up, my mom drinks coffee
Mm.
black as well, and she always would grind her own coffee beans. And so our in the
Ooh.
morning, our house would just smell amazing. And it would make me mad as a kid because she would let me try it. And I'd be like, ugh, why does it not taste or how it smells? Like,
I know. Isn't that so weird? Because it really doesn't like a lot of items you're like, okay, that smells the way it tastes. And you're like, coffee doesn't. I don't understand it. I actually just this last Christmas, I bought my dad a coffee grinder because I was like, ooh, because he's a big coffee drinker. Like I've bought him like subscriptions to like specialty coffee things and things like that. Yeah, it's fun and it's lovely. Like coffee candles. I wish like my entire house could smell like coffee for sure. Where were we? Okay, yes. So thank you, Jess, for leading us down a path of discussing tea and coffee. Listened to a bit of The Bone Collector and contemplating filming today because my hair still looks good, but can I really be bothered? Honestly, this is such a relatable statement. Like when I'm having a good hair day, I'm like, I need to record everything. Oh my gosh. I recorded two little snippet things that I had to do for other things, like a request for a recommendation from another friend's collab video. And then there's actually an announcement coming next Friday, I think we agreed upon. So keep an eye out for that. And then I also recorded for my next I think my next video for Thursday. And I was like, I'm getting it all done because I washed my hair today. And I'm like, we are taking advantage of it. I don't care. So that is too funny. Side note, the
oh,
narrator for this sucks. But I'm impressed that the writer actually explains briefly about the anatomy of how quadriplegia happens, at least in the case of the character. That is frustrating that the narrator's not great. So the narrator is in just like the main character, or are you listening to the audiobook and the audiobook narrator sucks? Or both. I mean, it could be not a great voice narrator and then just not a character you like, that would be a double whammy. I had dinner and cleaned the kitchen. Awesome, James. Perfect for a nap. Amazing, Brandy. I hope you enjoyed your nap. I read 47 pages of Golden Sun. Awesome, Sarah. 46 pages and dinner. Yes, we love it. A lot of productivity. I'm making dinner, shepherd's pie. Ooh, Anna,
ooh.
I am really jealous. Like all of you are making really cozy, yummy dishes today. And got 66% into my book. Fourth Wing. Okay, you got a lot to go because Fourth Wing is not small, but I'm glad you're over halfway. I've heard that when you get to something like the 85% mark, you like shouldn't stop. Like that's when things start happening, like crazy things beyond what's already happened, and that you just want to keep going. But that I'm speaking on behalf of Bond Book Reviews, Crystal. That was her recommendation, I recall. Started researching filming equipment as my mother-in-law wants to help me get some equipment for my birthday. Yeah, that's really nice of her. And also, yeah, that's a good idea to be like, hey, this big event's coming up. If you want to buy me something, this is the current hobby. This is what I'm already thinking about. We do like surprises and luxury buys, but it's really nice when you're like, I was already going to spend the money on this. So if someone else wants to do that, I would appreciate it. Gonna go for a walk in the next sprint. Awesome, James. I'm jealous. It is too rainy and it's getting dark out here too. I got up to 104 pages in Heartless Hunter. I think I read about 35 pages in that sprint. Nice. These chapters that we have are really short. So, like, page number wise, you don't get very far. So, when I said 2 chapters, I really didn't read that much, if I'm going to be honest. But, you know, it was very enjoyable and it's fun. And we also got distracted chatting on Voxer. Now going to finish Shark Girl and continue top story, front desk number 5. Ooh. I love that you're like balancing 2 different reads at once. Today I won't be doing that, but I usually do that too. Did some housework and took the dogs out while listening to The Body Is Not an Apology. Ooh, by Sonia Renee Taylor. This is what I'm saying. Evie always has interesting recommendations or just like mentions interesting titles. Like that title alone, The Body Is Not an Apology. I mean, I'm assuming that's either like nonfiction or it's like contemporary, like maybe women's fic. Something that, I mean, maybe I'm reaching, but yeah, something like that. Yeah. Danny, let me know. How far off am I?
Nonfiction.
Nice. Ooh, I love that. I love that you're reading that and that you're listening to it. Is Sonia Renee Taylor reading it aloud, Evie? Let us know. Because I love it when an author reads their own like nonfiction work. I updated my reading vlog, read 45% of The 7-Year Slip. Someone just requested that at the library. I work at the library, by the way, if you didn't know. And there were a few people already like on hold for it. So I was like, oh, you're going to have to be waiting. But I'm like, it is a really popular book, so that's good. And they were like, yeah. And so they just kept requesting the most popular titles. And I'm like, it's all going to come in at the same time. I know that's like a really bad prediction, but it is. So I hope you're liking it though. Read 2 chapters of Tastes Like Shakar and started updating my reading journal as I didn't go, oh, you didn't do anything in it last month or this month. Honestly, I feel that. I feel like for those who can handle a bullet journal or a reading journal and they are never behind, I don't understand them. They have different priorities because I'm perpetually behind, specifically by the end of the month, where I have books I wanted to review and then I haven't, but I've like set up the plan to review it, and then I finally have to do it. Yeah, Danny's nodding. You agree with me?
Yep, same. Still have books in February that I haven't reviewed yet, and there are blank pages in my bullet journal with them.
Yeah. Oh.
All I have is the title and the reading, and then everything else is blank.
You're just like, I have plans for this. You can see the intention. It's just taking the time, and you're like, oh, this is taking away from my actual reading time, and then it's just, yeah. I had to record I didn't have to, I wanted to record my February flip through for my video for tomorrow, and I obviously last week was like, I actually have to finish this if I want to then record it so that it's not blank pages, and so that's usually a good motivator for me to catch up. But yeah. We love our bullet journals, but I think that's why you need to be flexible if you can. Like, be like, hey, I'm not going to review every book, or I'm not going to expect myself to be super detailed in what I talk about. Just vibes. Go for vibes. Took a 25-minute nap instead of 30. I hope you didn't need those extra 5 minutes. Still feel sleepy, but I read a few pages of Lunar Love, which is a rom-com. I knew it. This is the book I read. I gave it 4 stars. I thought it was really fun, really quick, like a cute closed-door romance. Like what do they call it? A sweet romance? Is that what they call it these days versus a spicy one? Yeah. Instead of steamy, it's like lukewarm. I don't know. Temperature wise, it's not as hot. It is a lukewarm temp where you could eat it right away, I guess. Hello, how are you, Mary Hope? Working on writing a research proposal. You're not the only one. We have a handful of people doing research. I believe Anna's doing research as well for a social psych class. Making good progress. Amazing. That's good. And also, oh my gosh, on a Saturday, good for you that you were getting that done. I've heard Icebreaker was spicy, but I didn't know what I was expecting. Is it really spicy, Sam? I mean, I also have heard it's spicy, but it's always tough to know like the level of spiciness. Is the spiciness like good, or is it like cringe, or is it just like can we please have some plot? Like characters actually be doing other things other than each other. Right. I'm off to bed. Enjoy the rest of the sprint, everyone. Sounds good, Greta. You're probably gone, but sleep well and have fun skiing tomorrow. had lunch, and read 30 pages of Three Things I'd Never Do. I'll probably finish during the next sprint. Unfortunately, unless something amazing happens soon, this will be a
Oh,
1-to-1 point. Even if something amazing happens, Linz, how high would it even really go? You know what I mean?
yeah.
Um, oh gosh, I'm sorry that you're really having a rough time with it. Is there anything that's like problematic that's been happening, or that's really like, are there tropes, or is there an action that happened that you're just like, I hate when an author does this? Because I haven't heard of this book, Three Things I'd Never Do. Hello, Jamie. Got back from my food pantry shift. I think you typically do that on Saturdays, don't you? Because whenever I'm hosting on Saturday, it's when you're returning from that, which is, I always say this, but it's really lovely that you do this. And am settling in to read. Let me see here. My sister is ready. If my sister is ready for real life socializing. Huh. Yeah, that's another interesting title. We have a lot of long titles today. Hello, Coda. How are you today? What have you been up to? Are you enjoying the weekend and enjoying not working? At least I'm 99% sure you don't work on the weekends. Got ready for bed and read 20 pages of The Only One Left by Riley Sager. It's your first Riley Sager, and I'm enjoying it. 10 p.m. here in Ireland, but feel like reading for a few hours in bed while it's windy and rainy out. Yes, and that feels very perfect for the book you're reading. You know, like the tone of it
Yeah.
and like the cover, right? Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I think that Riley Sager is like an interesting, entertaining author, and is this the one that follows a male main character?
I think so. Yeah.
Interesting. And Patricia, what's really interesting is because this is your first one, that's out of his norm. Like he's known for writing women characters, and that's why a lot of people had a lot of buzz about this one. So it's kind of funny that you're starting off with it. But yeah, enjoy your like night of reading. Just of course, make sure you get enough sleep. So as soon as you start feeling tired, I would recommend putting the book down. Worked on editing the next Library Explorer vlog. I'm so excited. For those who aren't already subscribed to Jess and don't know what this is, Jess has been inspired to start vlogging her experiences going to the library, reintroducing herself to the local library. The first episode was really fun and I loved it, but grumpy about losing sound from some of the footage. I know this was really weird and also representative of, I think, most vloggers or booktubers can relate to this happening at once. Either you lose footage, you accidentally delete something, footage is corrupted, but the loss of sound is also a very weird one. So yeah, I'm sorry that happened, but it is life. For sure. But you know what? I'm going to be watching it anyway. I'd watch you just silently stare at the camera, Jess. So if you ever want to make that video, I'll watch it. So don't worry. Have you read Amari and the Night Brothers? It's a middle grade, and I'm going to start that next sprint. Nikki, I haven't, but as I'm sure you know, everyone adores it. The second book, is it Amari and the Great Game? I own book one. Yeah, have you read Amari and the Night Brothers?
No, it was on my list for February, but I didn't get to it.
Yeah, I really have. I'm staring at it. I've switched up my reading area, and now my middle grades are over there. So I'm staring her down, or more, she's staring me down. And I haven't. But Nikki, let us know what you think of it, because everyone has adored it. Everyone said that you should read it. Like it's a middle grade for everyone. You know how sometimes there's a middle grade for, you know, of course, meant to be for middle graders. So, you know, that audience makes sense. But it's really lovely when you read one that like just hits all age groups really well. I don't read a lot of middle grades. What's a series to start with? Anna. Well, I have a few that I could recommend that I think a lot of people have enjoyed. One that I really love is Brightstorm, the Brightstorm series. I also have really enjoyed Wonderscape. That one's by Jennifer Bell. And Jennifer Bell is like a really well loved middle grade author, but I think Wonderscape isn't as well known compared to some of her other stuff. I know that Danny and I can both recommend The Hatmakers.
Yes.
So that one's by Tamsin Merchant, and that one was really fun. I read it, and then Danny read it upon my recommendation and gave it, I think you gave it 4 stars, didn't you?
Yeah, that's good.
Yes. Yeah, so that one's good. Those ones are a bit more like fantasy adventure-esque. What else? Frostheart. A lot of people
Yeah.
love that one. I read book one and I did adore that one. That one was really fun. One that is like I can't stop talking about is No One Leaves the Castle. I really loved that one. Megan, who was in the comments, read it upon my recommendation and she also adored it. So I've given you too many options now, Anna. I'm sure some other people in the comments have mentioned some that they like too, hopefully. I am about to start Royal Scandal, a YA mystery. Ooh, I think I've seen the cover of that one. Laura, let us know what you end up thinking about it. I will say that of mysteries, that's the age category I read the least of. Like, I don't think I read YA mysteries. I read middle grade mysteries and adult mysteries, but I haven't really done that. Amari is amazing. I mean, Anna, maybe you should start with Amari, and then I should start with Amari too. I should go to that. So is the Nevermore series, which you said that that's going to be your priority, right? This month, yeah. So perfect. The School for Good and Evil by Salman Shinani. I've heard of the series, but I don't know how to pronounce the author's name. So yeah, thanks, Mocus. Good recommendations there. I've had Keepers of Velocities forever. I don't know why I keep putting it off. I know, maybe it's because we know that it's a like longer middle grade series as well. I think they just came out with, it was a book 12 or something. So like even that, I know, even that's like a dedication. And I'm bad with adult series, let alone with middle grade. So yeah, Sarah, we need to finally pick that up. Oh my gosh. Hello, Krista. Speaking of middle grade, you came at the perfect time. Oh my gosh. So for those of you who are participating in Middle Grade March, you probably already know that one of the main hosts is Krista from Books and Jams. But for those of you who don't know that, and for instance, Anna, who isn't as familiar, this would be a great person to not only subscribe to, but like pick her brain. And actually there's a Middle Grade March YouTube channel, and Krista has helped create some really like great videos where it's just like honestly a dump of recommendations that Danny and I were both really lucky to be a part of this year. So on behalf of Danny, who's next to me, thank you again, Krista, for letting us join you. That was really fun. But anyway, let's actually see what Krista has to say. Sorry. Okay, just hopping on. I've been a total bum today and plan to continue being a bum. We love it. I'm doing a Newbery weekend and I'm reading this year's winner, The Eyes and the Impossible Now. Ooh, that's actually a really fun way to celebrate middle grade March too, is to read Newbery books. I love that. I should do that more often. I think that probably one of the few Newbery ones that I've read that I always recommend is The Westing Game. But that's one that everybody knows. But nice. Thanks for popping in, and enjoy doing absolutely nothing, because yeah, it's a weekend. You should do that. It seems to be raining everywhere today, except here. Here it's snowing.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, no. I think it's too warm here to snow, to be honest, at this point. So that's why we've got the rain. I live in an area that has more flood warnings than anything else. I come from a place that has like ice storm and windstorm warnings, like snowstorms more often. And so when I moved here and they were like, make sure you've got sandbags, I was like, I beg your pardon. What? So this has been a new experience for me, where it's more often than not, it's raining. Oh my goodness. Hello, how are you, Renee? Another newcomer who I've gotten to know, who also has great middle grade recommendations, by the way. It's evening here, almost tomorrow. Norway is 6 hours ahead of the States. Honestly, Renee, I don't think I realized that you were in Norway. That's so interesting. Just listened to a Gilmore Guys app. What? Gilmore Guys? That sounds interesting. Unless it's a typo, you meant Gilmore Girls. But either way, that would actually be very funny to do like a gender swap of that. I don't know what they'd get up to, but hello, Jill. I've been in and out doing laundry and listening to Everyone in My Family Has Killed Someone. That's the first book, right? The second book is Everyone on This Train is a Murderer, or something. What is it?
Yeah, something like that.
Cool. If you like it, then Jill, you obviously have book 2 you can read immediately afterwards. We also, of course, are welcoming Coda, as we should. I am reading I Am Homeless If This Is Not My Home by Lori Moore. Ooh, what a title. I usually like Moore's books, and Nicole included it in her Women's Prize predictions video. Ooh, so this is obviously a newer title too. Interesting. You're gonna have to let us know what you think of it if you recommend it, Jamie. Let's see here. More hellos. Everyone else I'm sure I missed. Oh my gosh, no worries, Nicole. Thanks for being a part of the welcoming committee. I love it when people do that because also, of course, our reactions are delayed. So our welcomes come a bit late. So I like it when people in the comments can say hello to them first. So that at least like those who just joined don't feel like they're like, oh my gosh, no one said hello to me. My cat does great with taking her pill, but she's also 14 years old. So I like to think she knows it makes her feel a little better and doesn't fight me when giving it to her. Yeah, well, that can make sense too, for sure. She's a wiser cat among her years, whereas Andy, he's still a youngin'. He wants to rebel against his parents. Maybe we'll see Andy tonight, by the way. If he wants to make an appearance, we won't make him, do it. He, as soon as we say that we want him, he won't show up. So we gotta like act like we don't really care, play hard to get a little bit. My dog won't take meds. We even resorted to putting the tablet inside a chicken nugget, and Daisy managed to eat the nugget and leave the pill. Oh, I hate that. And whether the pet feels this way or not, I just imagine them feeling really smug. They're like, ooh, look what I left here. The one thing you wanted me to eat. So frustrating. I'm reading Finley Donovan Rolls the Dice by El Casamano. I don't know which one. Is this the newest one in the series? I know that a lot of people have been talking about it.
I think so.
Yeah, either way, I know it's a part of the series, and I know it's not number one. So there we go. While doing some unpacking from moving apartments. Oh my goodness. I hope, Court, that was as easy of an experience as it could be, that there weren't too many hiccups, but moving in general is always really stressful. So I'm glad that you have a good audiobook to go along with it. Yeah. Oh my goodness. And hopefully it's a comfort listen or a comfort read for you, because I've heard a lot of people really like that series. Hello, Jen. Just got back home from chores. Oh my gosh, that's not fun. I've been listening to Dune in the car up to chapter 35. It's been an interesting roller coaster for me. Not sure if I even want to see the movie now. Oh, what does that even mean? Are you just like, you're satisfied enough, or you just don't think it could translate very well into the movie format? I know that I'm speaking for Danny again, even though Danny's right here and can speak for herself. I know that in your household, there is a preference for the 1984 version. Yeah, that's accurate. Yeah. So Jen, maybe you should start there. That could be a recommendation. Again, speaking for Danny, but there we are. I am enjoying Dorian Gray. I'm reading it a little slower to be sure to take it all in, since it's my first time reading it. Yeah, and it is a book of nuance, I would say. I read it for the only time in a classroom setting during my master's, and I found that very beneficial. Like, there are some books that I think it's really helpful to read in that setting, because then people are like dissecting it and getting all of the meaning and the themes, whereas there are other books that I think are better to read outside of a classroom. I don't know how much better to explain that. You all can let me know if you agree, or if you can explain it better than me. Coffee has different constituents, I like that word, than tea. So the mixture of things within the bean all make it a bit more bouncy. My very simplified version of an explanation. I love constituents and then bouncy in the same explanation. Yes. I think that's perfect. That's a perfect explanation. Thanks, Jess, for taking the time to do that. Depends on what. Oh, I knew. I was like, Renee, thank you so much for taking on the challenge to recommend books. But Amari, yes, it's great. Skullduggery Pleasant. That you mentioned that one to me. I'm gonna have to look into that, because I really like the title of it. By Derek, is it Eandy or Landy? Is another great one. Yeah, I definitely want to look into it. Just skullduggery is another great word. It's a very fun one. Also, if people can hear, my Discord is popping off. I would close it, but I'm in the middle of listening to an important audio message that I don't want to exit out of. And so you're just going to hear the little bodoops as we go. Chai tea. Chai tea also sounds really good. Ooh, also, we gotta go soon for your errand, right, Danny?
Yeah.
Okay. So let me finish up with a couple more comments, and then we're going to go off into a sprint. Would an hour probably be good then still, or
that's fine?
Okay, sounds good. Oh my goodness. I agree, herbal tea is the best, but I drink it every few hours. Oh my gosh. Like, when I'm drinking herbal tea, it will be something that I have on hand all the time, and I'll have like a huge mug of it. Like, honestly, I'll use my to-go mug because it's much bigger, just so I can have more of it. So yeah, I totally agree. I love chai tea, but I mostly drink hot cocoa. That's also really nice. Let's see here. I think we'll pause for there. I just didn't want to miss any of the tea hot chocolate coffee comments. I'm going to star it so that we know that Anna's comment was the last one we got to. And we do have quite a bit to get into, but I want to make sure that we've got time to read and allow Danny to go on her errand, because she kindly was like, yeah, I can join. I just have this one thing to do. And I was like, yeah, I can accommodate. And I want to make sure we actually do that. So, all right. Let me switch our little banner for those who may join so we can welcome them, because we're a welcoming community here on BookTube. And then I'm going to make us very tiny, or kind of tiny, and we are not going for 15 minutes. We will go for an hour. So yeah, we'll be sure to start off the comments where we left off. So if you notice that your comment wasn't said, we'll get to it. But yeah, thanks for everyone's patience, and good luck in your next 60 minutes. Bye. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope that was a good hour for everyone else. I ended up having a bit of a, I think I took 20 minutes just to kind of relax. I really didn't do anything of note. I read one more chapter of The Spare Man, and Danny, I don't know if you've gotten far enough, but some stuff happened where I'm like, okay, we've gone in another direction, and so I'm intrigued to see what you end up thinking about it. Also, reminder to everyone to again do a self check-in as we're talking. Read these questions, answer them honestly to yourself, and then yes, take action if you need to. And yeah, I've done a little bit of Discord chatting with some things to come, which is very exciting. And also, I put in some library borrows or checked the availability of certain books that I now have to prioritize soon. So, some productivity along with reading. But I'm really enjoying this. I'm having a good time with this book. Danny, I hope that you also are, and you haven't been lying to me. But yeah, it's been good. So people who might want to check it out, who want kind of a classic whodunit, but with a spin of it being in space, there's something for you here. Of course, we're not done with it. I always do that. I always recommend books, and I'm like, wait, we're not even we're not even halfway through. But I'm thinking this is going to shape up to be a good one. Anywho, Danny, how did you do? Did you get everything done you needed to do, and get any reading done? All that jazz.
Yeah. So I needed to drive over to my grandparents' house to give them their medicine for this evening, which is not my normal task, but it was today. So I did that, and on the way over there, so I don't have The Spare Man as an audiobook. So I couldn't listen on the way because obviously reading an ebook while driving is not safe.
No, weirdly enough.
So instead, I listened to, I have the Iron Flame.
Oh yeah,
Which is the second book in the Fourth Wing. I have that on audio. So I listened to a little bit of that. I'm 44% of the way into that. And that's another one that's on Libby that's close to needing to be turned in. I can't remember how many days I have left, but it's 10 days or something like that. Yeah, 9 days until I have to return it. And it's pretty chunky. It's a 28-hour audiobook.
Yeah, in comparison to the one that you mentioned was 18 hours, it's okay. Yeah, 28 hours, that's a big one. So 9 days. Yeah, when you start doing the math, you're I gotta make sure I'm keeping track of how much I'm listening to this. Yeah. Well,
yeah. But other than that, I got everything done I needed to. I didn't get much reading done, just on the way there and on the way back, listening to the audio. And then I started reading The Spare Man whenever I got back, and I think a couple of chapters behind you. I'm still on ad lib.
Oh, that's right. Okay, that's true. Yeah. I'm talking about Frisky Business. So if anyone's interested in these titles of the chapters, they're all drinks, by the way. So yeah, I just finished Frisky Business. So you're doing ad lib. Okay. Yeah, cool. I ad lib though, by the way, and this is I'm sorry to everyone in the comments who doesn't know what we're talking about. I was like, ooh, that looks really good. And then I was looking back at the recipe. I'm like, oh, this is a mocktail. I'm like, why am I was like, oh, this sounds really lovely. And then I was looking and I'm like, oh, there's actually no alcohol in this. And I'm like, apparently I'm gravitating towards the mocktails. So very fun. But yeah, it's a really fun thing. We're gonna have to, maybe when we're done finishing this, we can make a few of these drinks, and then we can tell each other if they're worth it or not or something. That'd be fun. Yeah, nice. Okay, so then there's more in store. Just wait until you get to Frisky Business. That's all I gotta say. It is the title chapter is kind of a fun, yeah, not frisky, but some crazy business goes on. That's what I can tell you.
Right.
Anywho. So yeah, I'm finding the same thing, Nicole. Oh, because was Nicole saying, glad you're liking Dorian. I am too, but not what I expected. Yeah, it's a bit more, I think it's also a darker book than people anticipate, with some of the themes going on. I don't know if that's what you two were suggesting, but also for those of you who might have just joined, we're we're far back in the comments. So if you're like, where's the comment? I can't see it. Keep scrolling. You'll find it. We're playing a little bit of catch up this time. Finished reading The Frozen River. I really enjoyed it. At least 4 stars. Oh my gosh, amazing. And then you can go talk to Kelsey about it ASAP. So you both have like, you almost did a buddy read and you didn't mean to. Yes, and the third book is out. This is about Amari and the Night Brothers. It's out this year, so you can binge the first 2 and then read the third. That's actually, maybe that's the advantage. Maybe I meant to do that all along. Haven't read it, so then I can just binge the entire series. And then so Jess was saying the audiobook narrator, I swear he is AI, just based on the inflections, the cadence of the voice. That's becoming a much larger problem. I've seen a few voice narrators discussing it on social media, saying, hey, like just be aware, like a lot of different audio like platforms are kind of leaning towards this. So
I think Audible was one of them.
yes. Yeah, Audible I think is like the biggest like I don't know, culprit at the moment who's looking to do that. And if we're being honest, we're not surprised. Audible is associated with Amazon, and like they do this stuff all the time, where they're either trying, I don't know, I'm not a fan of Amazon, if anyone cannot tell based on the tone of my voice, but we will not get into it. We are making tacos today. Ooh, yes, this is a much better topic than Amazon. I love tacos. Tacos, yummy indeed. Also, by the way, Renee, I know that you're in Norway, so you're probably gone, but I'm still reading your comments and appreciating all of them. Speaking to her, if whether she's here or not, apparently. I like underrated books, so lucky that way the books I read are not always waitlists. Ooh, yeah, and also anticipation is a bit different. Like the lesser discussed books, I don't know. I have a theory that maybe they're more likely to be 5 stars for me because I'm not obstructed by any expectations or knowledge. So yeah, yes, it's a nonfiction. Oh, this is the one we were talking about with the very interesting. What is it? The body is not yours to own, or something. I'm gonna have to look at that. I think I started Evie, about radical self love, and the author narrates it themselves, and they have a great voice. Okay, that's awesome. Just reading popular books, you will just spend your life on waiting lists. Yes, you'll do more waiting than you will reading. I guess that's the moral of the story. Working in my reading journal makes me happy and relaxed. It is therapeutic. Like when I actually sit down, I agree, right? Like when you're actually sitting down and writing it, you're glad you did it, but it's like the carving out time. It's the same as like showering. I know that sounds probably really ridiculous, but I'm like, oh, I've got to shower. And then after I do it or as I'm doing it, I'm like, I needed this. Like this is good for me. But it's just the working up to it. I promise I am hygienic. I seriously need to do some filming. I need to make sure that my image isn't like everyone's like, ew, Leandra, good thing we can't smell you from here. I showered today, by the way. I seriously need to do some filming, but I honestly don't want to do anything but read more. That's how I was. I recorded all day today. Did a lot of re-recordings because you know when you're talking and you're like, I don't like the way this is coming out, and so you got to start over. And so yeah, I didn't get much more. So I understand your pain. Vibe level reviews are great for avoiding spoilers. It's not procrastination, just being mindful of spoilers for your community. Exactly. That's true too. Just saying, hey, had a really good time. Here are the vague things that I really enjoyed without really providing any plot. Yeah. Was fun to join a bit, but tired. Yeah, no worries, Renee. I knew you'd be gone. So, anywho, thanks for being here. The spice is not cringy. It makes the chemistry between the two main characters better. Ooh, okay. So obviously Sam is on the side of this is really good. I'm on hold for it still. I'm gonna give it a chance. We're gonna see. It's not what I usually read, but yeah. I have had 2 videos where I did everything the same as always, and when they uploaded, they turned out to not have sound. What in the
weird
world? Yeah, so it's not like a YouTube thing for you, Jamie, then? Because if everything is good and then you upload, thank you for the options. I have them all written down. Yes, Anna. Well, we're gonna find a middle grade for you. I promise. Maybe we'll have to go through a few books, but we'll find something. Have you read A Good Girl's Guide to Murder? You know what? No, I haven't. And I'm glad you mentioned this, Sam, because this is one that I was noticing a lot of people read, especially because I don't know if you were here for Get a Clue, but I'm pretty sure that was one of the co-host picks by Nell Diamond. She adores that book. She like praises it to high heavens, and everyone who read it, to my knowledge, based on her recommendation, adored it as well. And so I'm like, if I'm going to like a YA mystery thriller series, it's going to be this one. So yeah, it is on my list. I'm going to star that so I don't forget. But yeah, that's one that I have been.
Katie really enjoys that series too, right?
You're right. Yeah, Katie adored that. I think she might have met the author or something. I know she displays it in her background, doesn't she? Like when she's sprinting, it's in her shelves. You're right. Yeah. So I mean, Katie, if you're still here, I'm sure you're somewhere being like, yes, read that book. That's really funny. Yeah, and I'm not surprised that both Katie and Nell would adore that book. And yeah, I should follow their recommendation. Have you read it, Danny?
I have not. It's on my list, but since it is YA, I would say it's definitely not a priority. I have such a hard time with YA.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like that weird balance. Like there are some YAs that I actually really love, but it's I end up adoring it or I really don't like it. Like there's it's like the two sides. So that is true. And I also
sorry.
You go ahead. Please go ahead.
I've just been hesitant about picking up any YA recently because I feel like it's not fair for me to pick it up and read a book that's then just not meant for me.
Or that you have a history of not liking it. And, while there's a bunch of other factors beyond age category, like there are some middle grades that I haven't liked, you know what I mean? Like, but if it's like, you're like, okay, every time I'm picking up something from this category, it's like, am I now doing an injustice to the author because I'm obviously not their target audience for whatever reason? I know what you mean there. Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know. It's an interesting kind of thought process. I also know that I think your most recent YA that I know of, you really didn't like. So,
yep.
So you're on a low note right now for that. But anyway,
I feel like every time I pick one up, every time I pick one up, I get more and more steps from like, maybe I don't want to do that again.
Yeah. It's like especially when you hit like a 1-star in a certain genre or a certain area, you're like, I probably shouldn't touch that in a while. Like that's okay. We're gonna set that aside. That makes sense. A lot of the characters are pretty toxic, particularly the main character's mom. And it's insta love, which I hate. Oh, this is the one I think that you were saying you might give a 1 or 1.5 star. And the conflict is stupid. It shouldn't be a problem in a normal, healthy relationship. Oh my gosh, Linz, tell me more. I love it when people rant about a book when I have no context. I'm like, I have no idea what happens in this book, but I really enjoy when people rant. I'm sorry, because you probably aren't enjoying yourself ranting at the moment. It's a great time to catch up on Keeper of the Lost series. Oh, 9.5 is coming out. Okay, I was dramatic. I said there were 12, but apparently we are waiting on 9.5. So thank you for providing me a more accurate expectation, Laura. For middle grade standalones, check out Lindsay Puckett. She's a fellow YouTuber who is traditionally published. Whoa! Oh. I find that so interesting. That's really cool. Hello, Jean. How are you? Suddenly can't seem to read. I'm trying to start a new book, and I don't know what I want to start. Well, Jean, you also weren't feeling well, if I remember correctly, so you could just be in kind of a slump due to that too. Like you almost got to get back into it. I understand. So don't worry unless you really want to read and you're like, what the heck is going on? Heading out for a concert. Happy sprinting, everyone. Enjoy your concert, Evie. I'm sure you're gone. Yeah. Very cool. A lot of people have been talking about concerts recently. Maybe the traffic outside, some guys, he's heading to a concert too. I am loving all this middle grade talk and would be more than happy to help with some recs if needed. I just put No One Leaves the Castle on hold. Oh, Krista. Okay. I gotta pressure. I'm always so nervous because I really love that one. And I'm really nervous about Krista, especially, obviously royalty, middle grade royalty in my mind. I hope you like it. Just subscribed. I think middle grades would be a great cozy read for me. Yes, Anna. I love it. I did not remember you were sprinting. Oh my gosh, Beatrice, no worries. First of all, you're still coming off of a high from your birthday. You also sprinted earlier today, so don't worry. Hello. Hope you're doing well. Of course, we are greeting Beatrice because she's lovely. So thanks for being here. No worries. Also, it's late for you, so please feel free to go to bed if you want to. I'm great. It's been a great sprinting day. Yes. Thanks, Anna. we appreciate that. Immediate feedback. I just finished Everyone in My Family Has Killed Someone. I read the second book last month. Oh, so you flipped it. I was gonna say, I was like, someone was reading the second book recently, and it was you. I liked the second book better, but both were good. Isn't that interesting? When you're, and do you wonder if it's because you read the second book first? Sometimes I wonder that, if I'm like, is it the order that I'm reading it in? I'm good. A bit low on social battery. Oh, of course, because you were sprinting earlier. Daisy was definitely smug. Ah, what is this?
The
Is this?
dog, the dog taking the pill and getting the pill out of the.
Okay, I was like, who is Daisy? We need to have a chat with her. Okay, no, that's the dog. That makes sense. That's really funny. Yeah, again,
The
we're behind
chicken
in the comments,
nugget.
so I'm like, what is this about?
Yes.
Oh, that's really funny. And then we've got my cat got better about medication after we started writing. Oh my gosh, Prozac. We had it compounded into a treat, and later we're able to switch to a pill. Oh, so it was kind of like you got a habit, and then it was like, okay, now we don't need the treat anymore. Yeah, I feel like my pets were never like that. We need to like slather the thing in peanut butter, like when we were feeding like the dog, anything like that. Oh gosh. My parents, they have a dog right now though, who is like a very snobbish dog, who is very particular. Like if we're cooking dinner, like something that's very savory or tasty, and then we give him like a dog bone or something, he'll spit it out and be like, that's not what you're cooking. And we're like, are you kidding me? Like, oh gosh, a little brat. But anywho, my parents love him anyway. Hi, Bethany. What are you thinking of? Oh, yeah, Heartless Hunter. That's actually a good question because I don't think we've heard much, Bethany, about your thoughts about it. Hello, Brittany. I have 1 hour left in my book. Okay, this was when we got off to the sprint. So, Brittany, did you finish the book? I'll be awaiting your comment. I'm sure you've already commented if you're still here. The 1984 Dune is my favorite too. Jessica. We have another vote for that one. Hello, crewman. How are you? Yeah, we are going for, I'm not sure how long. Danny, how are you feeling? I might go for another sprint, maybe another sprint or two. Probably no more than that. Oh, yay! Cool. Okay. Because we didn't really talk about that. You just were like, yeah, I can join you. And I'm like, okay. And then no other facts were settled before that. So yeah, probably another 2 sprints at the most. The move has been a struggle. Oh no, Court, I'm sorry. We couldn't get the couch in my living room and put a hole in my wall while trying. Had to toss the couch out. Got a love seat from a friend though. It's coming together now. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that is such a struggle. My apartment, I remember being really nervous about the doorways because they're also, sometimes it's not very uniform and you're like, can this thing get, it's like a weird form of Tetris. So I'm sorry, but I hope the love seat ends up being really good for you. Chai tea does sound good. It does sound really good, doesn't it? It's the new Finley. Got the audio from Neck Alley. Love the series, so good. Ooh, on audio too. That must be really fun, especially once you're already so familiar with the characters. I might bump it up a bit, so you might bump up your audio a little bit, I think. Or no, I think Bethany responded saying that the book was really good, and so you might bump it up your T-Bear. I'm following the conversation to the best of my ability. This was right when we were leaving, and I don't know, Dreamcatcher, if you noticed, but I did put it on the screen for a little bit because I was like, "Aw, they said happy sprinting," and so I did add it for like a minute or two. Yeah, that was really sweet of you. I love chai tea. And I saw this when we left as well. I put almond milk and a hot chocolate packet in mine, like a mocha chai tea, an almond mocha chai tea. All of those flavors sound really delicious. Anna agrees as well. Then we had Heather join. Hello, Heather. And Heather's reading Fangirl Down. This is by Tessa Bailey, to my knowledge. And I also mentioned this to Heather, but I'll mention it to you all as well. I know it's a lot of text. What can I say? I talk a lot vocally, and I also type a lot because I also had just gone over the text mount. So my little G and my exclamation point are by themselves, but it is attached. And I know that Brittany loves reading and Four Paws in a Book. So Brittany and Bree, they're doing a read along, and I believe they're sprinting on one channel on Monday, another channel on Tuesday. I think it's next week for this specific book. So for those of you who are reading it or want to read it, like you can just kind of hang out, read other things, and then just watch them react. So yeah, check it out. Hello, back from family stuff. Awesome to know. Working on Catalyst, middle grade. We've been talking about a lot of middle grade, obviously. There's a cat. You got me hooked. And the Hexologist, which is fantastic. I had to put it down earlier in the week, and I'm glad to pick it up again. I've never heard of the Hexologists, but that's a really good title. Also, we love any book that has a cat in it. Let's be honest, we're cat people. We love dogs too. We've talked about dogs here, but I'm a cat person through and through. Actually, a quick anecdote: I had two young girl patrons come in, and they're really sweet and they're really talkative to each other. And when they came up, I noticed that they got like a picture book with a dog, and I was like, "Ooh, that dog looks cute." And then one of them stared me down and was like, do you like dogs? Are you a dog person?" And I had to admit that I would technically label myself a cat person. And they were like, "We're dog people." And I was like, "I like dogs too." And they're like, "We like cats as well." I'm like, "Okay." And I felt accepted because I was like, "Oh my gosh, these like 7-year-olds are gonna hate me." So it worked out. We were able to sort out our differences. But anyway, hello, Courtney. Almost off work. That's amazing. Sorry you've got to work on the weekend. Saying hello to everyone. Thanks, Glenda. Updated my resume and read another 15% of the partner plots. Ooh, nice. Got a little bit of productivity as well as some reading done. Meanwhile, Jessie is adulting and learning how to create reading challenges in Storygraph and starting Discord servers. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's a bit of a learning curve too. Slow progress, but progress nonetheless. Yeah, I've never created a reading challenge on Storygraph. That's still on my, I guess, reading experience bucket list. But also Discords, they're so complicated. There's a lot to play around with it. All related to my read along announcement coming hopefully Monday for you guys who aren't in New Zealand. Awesome. And also, so Jesse's going to be joining Brittany and me on sprints on Tuesday. I know I already mentioned that a couple days ago on Brittany's sprints, but had to mention it as well to you all. So we're very excited. Finished Shark Girl and ate dinner. Awesome, Brandy. I did not read. My brain could not soak up any of the words in the books I was reading. I instead watched YouTube videos while making progress into a cross stitch instead. Still progress. That's awesome. And also better. You know what I mean? If you know your brain's not going to process it, that's probably a similar situation where your brain's like, I'm going to make you take a break. Do some mindless stuff. Ate dinner and took out the trash. Also read 4.5 more chapters. Sarah, you're making progress. Ooh, Brittany is so close. I got to 94%. If you want, you can obviously mute us, as you know, because you tell people to do that all the time in your own sprints. Almost 70% into fourth wing. Dinner is cooling a bit, and I also took a warm shower. It was lovely. Yeah, I took a long shower this morning. I was like, I'm just gonna use up all the water. Hopefully, I don't need it any other time during the day. I finished filling in my book journal, read up to page 124 of Tastes Like Shakar, watched a bit of BookTube, and made myself a midnight snack. Nice. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's only 7:30 here, and it's only about 6:30 for Danny. So she still has all the night ahead of her. But you're probably going to bed soon, I would imagine. Well, my husband disappeared to go to sleep off the strep and left me with the kids who are nowhere near as sick as he is. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry for your husband then. I fed them and maybe read 10 pages and chased them around a little bit. I remember as a kid when I was sick, I was also so full of energy. And so it never really made sense. Like, obviously I was kept from school as I should have been, but then I would be restless all day. And I was like, my parents are going to think I'm lying, but I'm just, I'm bored. There's nothing to do. So I understand your children. I made it to page 78 in Fangirl Down. What are you thinking, Heather? Are you liking it? And are you a long-term fan of Tessa Bailey? Where's your head at? Hello, I got 90% into my book. How are you, Ms. JT? Aoife said the ending broke her and something just happened that is really worrying. You're going to have to remind us of what you're reading. Oh my goodness, I've been talking with Aoife a little bit because Aoife's been giving me some book recommendations. Now I'm worried. I'm like, is that the book that Aoife recommended me? I have to be mentally prepared. That was a good sprint. I had to make some tea after the last chat. I practiced my songs for church tomorrow and also read a bit. Awesome. Oh my gosh, so productive. Awesome, Krista. Nice indeed. Got only 169 pages left. Like to get this finished tonight. Okay, Paul. We're gonna see what we can do. I can't imagine you'll be able to read that much in the 2 sprints that we do, but I believe in you. Fourth Wing is 22 hours. Iron Flame is 28. Oh, sounds fun. Yeah, but I will say that I think a lot of people were kind of disappointed, weren't they, in Iron Flame? A little bit. Maybe their expectations were too high, or maybe it was all of the publishing errors. Because wasn't there a bunch of scandals? Sounds dramatic, but there were a lot of like printing things that happened. Like people were getting the Italian version in not in
Oh,
Italy. Like they were getting like weird editions, and it was a mess. But yeah, 28 hours compared to even 22. That's a much longer
yeah.
book. Just finished supper. Awesome. I'm probably around 20% in Kings of the Wild. Ooh, okay. Very nice. Are you enjoying it? Do you think Danny would enjoy it? I read 3 chapters of Dragon Ball Z in honor of the recently departed Akira Toriyama and a chapter from Trials of Apollo. Oh my goodness, I didn't realize. I remember I grew up with Dragon Ball Z and I watched it without ever really understanding it. I'm not going to lie, but I liked the action. I was more of a Pokemon person too, I guess. Also watched Toastmasters videos because why not? Yeah, well, that's great. You and I can binge. Yeah, I was gonna say, Anna, maybe we should motivate each other and try to read Amari together. That would be really fun, actually. So yeah, maybe if you wanted to, no pressure. You could always message me on Instagram, and we could try to talk that out. Unless you don't have Instagram, let me know how we can talk to each other. It's really good. I usually make the tea half. This is about the chai tea. I usually make the tea half milk, half water, with a little bit of vanilla extract and honey. Add the hot cocoa after the tea is steeped. Ooh, that does sound really lovely. Cherie, yes, please let us know. Self-care check-in. No water, but you did get wine, which is also lovely. And making quesadillas. I would say that that's a perfect combination, but also be sure to add water. That's the only request I'll make for you, but you're an adult. You know what you're doing. But yeah, quesadilla sounds really good. I haven't had a quesadilla in a really long time, actually. It's really, really good. Basically, a chocolate chai tea latte. Yeah, I was literally thinking about making a hot chocolate with chai spices. So this is perfect. Yeah, and I like the idea of like a little bit of vanilla extract, a little bit of honey. Once in a while, I've got like some maple syrup, and I'll sweeten my hot drinks with that instead. So yeah, it probably is less healthy for you than honey, though. Now that I'm thinking about it, but it's fine. All right, and then we have. If you like Good Girl's Guide to Murder, read Five Survive. So amazing. I also have been looking into that title. Is it by the same author? Is that why? Or are the covers very similar? Like the same kind of color tones? Because I always associate the two together, if I'm going to be honest. So, I'm 100 pages into The Relentless Dolly Maunder. Also, hello, Chris. How are you? Let's see here. Enjoying it. It's one of the Women's Prize long list. You know, you're not the only one, Chris, who was reading. Who else? Oh, I can't remember. But we were talking about Women's Prize predictions, too. Maybe it was Jamie. It's my 5th Women's Prize book I've read since the Women's Prize announcement on Tuesday. Chris, it is Saturday. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. You've been reading a book a day? I mean, I should not be surprised, but I am a little baffled and intimidated by you. You are not human. That's what I've decided. You should check out Pretty Dead Queens. It is a Jessica Fletcher twist. Oh my gosh, Jessica Fletcher. Now that is a part of my childhood. Murder, She Wrote. Oh my goodness, I loved that. I'm gonna star that one too. And actually, while we're at it, let me star Five Survive from Brandy, because why not?
Those are both from Holly Jackson, by the way.
Oh, okay. Because I was wondering, I was like, why am I connecting the two together? So
Yeah.
okay, that makes sense. Good to know. Yeah, maybe I should do a little bit of eventually I'll do like a YA mystery vlog being like, can I enjoy YA mystery? And then we'll find out. It would be very sad though if the vlog ended up that I did not like them. It probably would not see the light of day. Hello, Chris. I'll try and study a little bit today. Just don't have the emotional capacity to read. I understand, but at least you're being productive. You know what I mean? Like if you don't, you don't want to force yourself to read something that you know you would enjoy if you were in the right mindset. You're not alone. A lot of people are doing productive things today. Onyeka and the Academy of the Sun is good, especially the audio. That's good to know, Nikki. Yeah, and I know that the second book recently came out for that one too. I went for a very long walk and now I'm back. Awesome, Coda. Stretch out your legs. Enjoy the day. The weather is not conducive to a long walk for me here. I hope you had a great walk, Coda. Yeah, me too, Anna. I walked earlier today and it was very windy and rainy. I wonder if we live nearby each other because that was my weather too. Back in from the barn, my lead ram demanded extra Hugh Mom time. I really like that. No one else was allowed to have a pat until he was ready to go nom on some dinner. Awesome. Also, is Chicken forgiven you? I know that you stepped on him. And if anyone's wondering, Chicken is Rachel's pet sparrow. And he was not very happy with her the other day. I am on, team creation for Realmathon, which is also happening. My book would work perfectly for Team Blood. That's when you're like, I should have chosen a different team. I haven't done any reading. Oops. Oh, but no, but you've been working. You've been doing like productive stuff. Oh, but okay, let's continue this message. I've been watching Love is Blind. You know what? That's productive in a different way. Like honestly, super entertaining. Everyone's been talking about this season, and I haven't watched it since season 1. And I don't know, maybe it's a sign. Maybe I should get back into like terrible but entertaining like reality television. You know, the hexologists is hard to pin down. The vocabulary and writing are fantastic. It's about a couple of hexologist detectives. Oh my gosh, you should have led that. That sounds amazing to me. Who help citizens solve magical related problems in an alternate steampunk type Earth. Tanil, you've been holding out on us. I don't know. I know that you're not sure. You're trying to pin it down, but it sounds great. That's dealing with the consequences of pollution, not caring for the environment. Okay, hold on.
Just sounds like a wonder read.
I know. I am a huge fan of genre blend mysteries, especially if they have climate fiction elements. This book is for me. That sounds really good. Okay, hexologist. Let me know if it suddenly turns really terrible, but like I am so intrigued. Yeah. Danny, we might have to do a buddy read of this eventually. I know we've got a lot of books planned, but we'll keep that in mind. Sometimes we just need a long shower on maximum heat. Oh yeah, for sure. Yes, I'm enjoying it so far, and I absolutely love Tessa Bailey. Awesome. Yeah. Then definitely check out Brittany and Bree's channels because they're going to be doing read-alongs. I don't plan to go to bed anytime soon. I'm a night owl. You're in good company. That's kind of how I am. I don't mean to be, but I just always stay up so much later than I plan. And then I look at the clock and I'm like, that's the time. So far, so good. I'll be working on my A Little Life pages tonight. Finished Anne of Green Gables this morning, ready to start another. Yeah, Coda, I'm intrigued to know what you think about A Little Life. I'm reading The Pull of the Stars. It's set in a Dublin in 1918 in a maternity ward specifically for women who have the flu. It takes place over 3 days. Ooh, I'm always intrigued by plots that are like short, like that are maybe like 24, 48, 72 hours, because I feel like there's an intricacy there that the author has to keep in mind. I will like to read Amari with you all. No pressure. Maybe we should do a little bit of a read along. Maybe in the next sprint, depending on if people are good with Discord, I can include the Discord link that we were using for TBR-a-thon. It's not used for the readathon anymore, but people are just chilling there, and we could do a read along for Amari. That would be really fun, but also no pressure. It was just the 3 of us, Nikki, Anna, and me. We can still hang out there. Liking it so far. I think Danny will like it. Of course, I still have a ways to go. Okay, we've got, yeah, but a tentative, it sounds like a Danny book. Wow, I feel very good. We found a Danny book. We found a me book. This is going great for us. I do have Instagram. I'm not very active, but I will follow and DM you. Yeah, and then again, we'll work something out, especially if Nikki also wants to read it with us. I don't know about audio times for books. I was actually surprised my debut novel took about 11 hours and 20 minutes, but it's only 98,000 words, 300 pages. I don't know how to translate that to, and it also depends. Like voice narrators speak differently, but
Yeah.
also, if anyone's interested, we do have an author in the comments, as you can see. So maybe check out R.A. Morley if you're interested. Five Survive is also by Hallie Jackson. I am very intrigued by her new one. It comes out soon. Ooh. Oh, it's written by Josiah Bancroft.
Ooh.
What does this mean?
So Sinlin Sins is I think the series name is The Books of Babel. And it's a book series that is about the Tower of Babel. And you follow Senlin, him and his very young wife travel to the Tower of Babel, kind of, which is like a tourist attraction.
Yeah.
But some pretty crazy things go on. And like each of the levels of the tower have a different theme. And his wife goes missing at the very beginning of the book, and he has to get her back. And so he ascends the tower to try and get his wife back.
Ooh. Okay. So this is basically Tanilla's telling us that this is a book that you and I need to read. Like we need to
Yeah.
read this together. Okay. Very cool. Chicken has forgiven me. Okay, everyone, we can calm down. No one has to worry anymore, any further. He's sitting on my feet now and makes a complaint when I move. Oh, so now he's like, you stepped on me. I'm gonna be just chilling on your feet. I think that's a power move. But it's hard to stay mad when I'm sharing donuts with him. There we go. Mm-hmm.
Will you share donuts with me, Rachel?
I know, actually, donuts sound. You know what? We've heard chili in the comments. I think we heard shepherd's pie, quesadillas, wine. Also sounds delicious.
Yeah.
And now we have donuts. Like we have a full meal, like a very luxurious smorgasbord. I figured he'd only like 5 years, which is true. Oh, live like 5 years if he was in the wild, but he can live up to 20 in captivity. That's crazy.
Oh my.
Anyway, he can't fly, so he can eat whatever he wants. That's right. So he's like, he can get a little tubby. You know, he won't have to try to lift himself up. I like Amari, and I really need to read the second one. And then live closer. Oh yeah, if only, right? If we live closer,
Yeah.
you just like hand it to us. I'm not letting your feet out of my sight. Yes, Sarah, that's exactly what he's thinking. He's like, I don't trust these things. I'm going to be on top of them. Oh, that's too funny. Okay, so we're going to end there, and then we're going to go into a sprint. We did go a little bit over this time, but I think that's okay. I saw the end of the comments, and I was like, we're going to get there. I believe in me. So we did, and I feel good about it. Let's make us a little bit tinier again, and also change this to an hour. All right. So again, we're probably going to do one more after this, just so everyone knows, and then we'll call it quits for the evening. But if you've got to head out early, that's totally fine. Feel free to say goodbye in the comments, or just kind of float away in digital space. That's okay. I hope you guys have a good night either way. But yeah, we'll see you in 60 minutes. Hello, everyone. Just allow us some time to reorganize. Here we are. All right. How was that sprint for everyone? How did you do? I ended up getting a lot more like admin stuff done. Like I posed the question in the Discord if other people who might not be sprinting tonight, maybe they are doing other things, if they'd be interested in joining us for maybe like an impromptu Amari read along. And so that was kind of fun to see some reactions to that. And then I did read another chapter of The Spare Man, and I'm the cast of characters is just I'm liking it. Like it's fun. There's a lot of dynamics going on. And like you're just like, what's happening? Why are these people here? How are they interacting with each other? Who can we trust? Obviously, that's a big theme. And then yeah, Danny and I talked a little bit about that. And yeah, I feel like we've all been kind of conversing and stuff. So I was responding to more messages on Instagram and things like that. And also Danny and I made a very impromptu plan, and we'll let you all know what it is now. So I realized, thanks to Moore, who commented that there's a lot of people sprinting tonight. And I didn't even realize it when I was like, oh, it's fine. Of course, the 4 p.m. slot, no one was really sprinting, but now it's becoming later. And so we're all getting really active. And one person who happens to be sprinting is Nell from Nell Diamond, and it's her birthday sprints. And I noticed, so the title of her sprints are Death to My 20s. Which is very funny. And so what we were thinking, and Danny agrees with me. Again, all night I've been speaking for her, and I think it's fine for now. Danny, you can let me know later on if you're like, how dare you speak for me? But we agree that this will end up being our last sprint. And that was just so that we could all go over and wish Nell happy birthday and hang out with her, because that's really fun. And she's currently like sprinting alone. She's got a bunch of friends in the comments, but that would be really nice if we could all just like, yeah, go hang out with her for a bit. So this is going to be the last chatty bit for us here, and then we'll all go there. I'll post the link now, but also like I'll make sure to like maybe post it again right when we leave, in case people are kind of like wondering what's going on, like where are we going. So we'll put that there. Anyway, Danny, how did you do? That was my announcement, and now I'm done.
I got a chapter and a half read. So I just finished The Frisky Business. So we just talked about that chapter, and things have developed that, yes, we don't really know what's going to happen now. So yeah, that's what I got done. I ate some cereal while I was reading, and yeah, that's it.
Girl dinner. I like that. Yeah. Girl dinner indeed. Unfortunately, it's not as exciting as everything else that everyone was making tonight, but it's still a comforting food. So
yeah.
Okay, where are we in the comments? I think this was the last one we saw, or we're going to see. Laura says Amari is a great series, another one I recommend. Yeah, like I'm really looking forward to it. And then if people have already read book one, I think some people said they might want to reread it, or maybe you could find some friends to read book two while the rest of us are reading book one. Like it certainly doesn't have to be dedicated to the first book in the series if others are, reading in a different order. I still need a name for the bird I caught by accident. He's starting to learn the cage door inside is always open, and I always have snacks, and the house is always comfortably warm. So he's like, I think I'm gonna like this home. He's taken to flying about for 2 minutes, then going back in the cage at his leisure. But he's still like, I don't know, lady. I don't trust you just yet. Yeah, probably it might help. Does he see your interactions with Chicken? And he's kind of like, okay, I mean, other birds are okay with her. That would be kind of interesting to know. I also left a link to Jess, the Hexed Library, who was here earlier. So if you all wanted to go sprint hop and hang out with her, like there's a lot of sprints going on. And when we get to Moore's comment, I think she mentioned that Lexi is sprinting as well. So there's a bunch of us. Yes. Oh my gosh, Glenda. I didn't even see your comment come in. So I'm glad that you also mentioned this. Birthday sprint scheduled for 8 p.m. So yeah, just so everyone knows, we're going to be going to Nell's so we can go support her because that would be really fun. And then I included this. So for those interested, I did create a Discord link to go join the community, and it's really fun. We have like every month I create a GIF counter for if you finish a book. All you do is you go in, send a GIF of however you feel or what the book's about, and it's really fun. So if you ever need like a mindless day, sometimes I'll just scroll through the GIFs and see what people are sending. So it's quite fun there. And then Kelsey was here finishing up The Frozen River now. Will be a 4 out of 5 depending on the ending. Sadly, this will be my first book finished of the month. Trying not to be hard on myself about it. Yeah, honestly. And then Kelsey, remember, as you know, I don't need to remind you, I suppose, you were a co-host for a readathon last month, and that was a lot of like just stress. Managing things. Danny was also a co-host for that same readathon, as was I. So we're with you. Like I think I've been feeling reading fatigue as well, a little bit this like first week of the month too. So yeah, please. I know it's easy to say don't be hard on yourself, because I'm not you, but yeah. Woohoo! I did not know this read along was open to all of us, but I'm here for it. Yeah, oh my gosh, definitely. So for regards to just these reading sprints, Danny and I happen to both be reading The Spare Man. I don't think anyone else is, and I don't know anyone who's ever read this book before us. So like, yeah, on that front, yes, everyone's welcome. And then also for Amari and the Night Brothers, this was very impromptu. So everyone is definitely welcome. Heading out for the night. It was so fun to be here tonight. Good luck with the rest of sprints. Thanks, Anna. I know you're already gone, but I also saw Anna over at Jess's sprint. So that was really nice to see her make friends over there. Ro is sprint hopping too. I'm pretty sure I saw Ro over at Jess's too. So this is just a typical sprinting night. And this was Moore's comment. So very overwhelmed by all the sprints happening right now, because we have us, then we've got Jess, the Hex Library, Lexi, and Nell from Nell Diamond. And the Lexi that you're talking about, I don't see if it's a Lexi that I'm subscribed to or that I'm getting a notice from, because I was trying to look because I know a couple Lexis. So I'm not sure which one that is, but yeah. And then originally I said, oh, we're probably going to do one more sprint. And then as soon as I realized that it was Nell's birthday sprint, I'm like, we're all going to go over there. That sounds like more fun. Editing for the intro of my read along video. So yes, everyone remember Monday for us, Tuesday for those in Australia and in New Zealand. Time to play around with my editing technology. I wish you luck. Sometimes it's really fun when you discover a new editing like action that you can do, but it can be a bit of a trial when you aren't fully sure how to do it. Nintendo Switch Shop is killing me. It has another special sale because March is the month of Mario, and they have so many games on sale for under $30. As if the amount of books I'll get around to isn't large enough. Adding games, oh my gosh, I know. Being like, oh, it's fine. I'll play them eventually. There are literally games that I have bought for like my PC that I still haven't played. I haven't started. Yeah, that's just the way it is. That I own, by the way. I own a lot of books, and I'm trying to. Oh yeah, listen, crewman, we are on the same page here. That is exactly how I feel. I'm sorry to hear that, and also, yeah, that sale sounds good. I am 70% done with Ashes to Ashes. Nice. You're almost close to only having a quarter left. And then, yes, Brandy. So answered this question. Again, we're heading over to Nell's as soon as I get to the end of these comments. Watched a Leandra video and a Danny video. Oh, my, Laura. Thanks so much. And you got up to 25% in my book, in your book. Great. I was like, oh, wait. I love whenever I'm reading comments. Sometimes I change the pronoun. So I'm talking to you as the watcher. And then other times, and it gets confusing. I do not have a book out, by the way. I am not an author. If people were suddenly wondering, no one was wondering that. Made it to page 102 of 303. Ooh, that's very satisfying. You're like exactly a third of the way through. In the Hexologists, they're in a pickle currently. Ooh, I love it when characters are in pickles. My only complaint with the book so far is that the text is a bit too small. Yeah, that's not great. Is it? Sometimes I wonder if it's unfortunate that it's like a smaller publisher, and so they have to make certain like, I guess, sales choices to save money. Yeah, that's really weird. I wonder why it's so small. And you're reading it physically? Girls left, so I sprint hopped and watched some Bones. Very nice. Yeah, what a comfort. Every time we bring up Bones, I'm like, oh yeah, I should go back and rewatch those. I got to part 3 in Golden Sun, so I stopped there and switched over to the audio of Kingdom of the Wicked so I could crochet. It started right off the back. Oh my gosh, with spooky music and a creepy voice. Also, especially when you're not anticipating it. Like sometimes I don't really know how you find out if an audiobook is like a graphic audiobook, is that what it's called, or not? And then suddenly I start hearing music in the background and I'm like, what's going on? And I'm, like, oh, we're fine. I remember I started The Deadlands. That's a middle grade like dinosaur book, and it's very fun, by the way. That one, there was like cause because there was like animal noises, and I I was like, what is happening? Because I did not have my bearings.
Have you heard of is it Sweet Tooth?
I have
I
heard
think
of
that's what
Sweet
it's called.
Tooth.
It has
Is
like
that
a wolf on the front cover. I think it's called Sweet Tooth. But the author does, is it called throat singing? There's a name for it, but the author actually does it in the book or in the audiobook. And if you're not expecting it, it's very disconcerting.
I know, right? And sometimes you're like, oh, and then like they describe it, right? They're like, oh, and then they do this, and then you're like, okay, but to actually hear it, that would be very startling. That's kind of funny. I've seen that where some characters where they're singing, and sometimes the voice narrator like elects not to sing, and it's like, okay, they know their limits. Like, you know what, we're gonna assume that this is a sung thing. But I remember actually A Psalm for the Wild Built. I was reading that immersively, and that narrator does sing. Like there's a little bits where sibling Dex sings, and I actually kind of found it lovely. I don't know if it's because I also had it sped up to the perfect amount where maybe it would have been weird to hear it at one time speed, but I was like, this narrator has a kind of nice cadence. That startled me so much. I dropped my hook. Oh, was it the doo 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 doom? Whoops. We apologize on behalf of the timer. I have thought that this timer was easier than the cat, though. The cat can be a bit startling, I think, for me sometimes. Made it to page 130 and Fangirl Down, almost halfway. Yeah, you're really flying through that. Then this is the link to Nell's sprints. For some reason, I just said Nell's HTTPS. I decided not to label what they were. Those are the sprints. So for everyone who just wants to hop over early, you definitely can, or queue it up or something like that. Thanks for the sprints tonight, Leandra, and for co-hosting, Danny. Have a beautiful rest of your day. You too, Christina. Thanks for being here. Also, a big thanks to Danny for joining me, because I really just I don't remember when I sent you a message, but I was like, hey, would you want to? And you just were like, yeah, sure. And I was like, for you. Okay, I'm not alone on a Saturday night. I appreciate it. So yeah. And if you wanted to refresh, I actually finally included Danny's handle in the description too. So if you missed the URL that Katie kindly provided us, it's there too. Chicken makes a big show of demanding a snack, then snatching it to go eat right in front of his new friend. He's like, that's right, I'm the favorite. maybe he's a little intimidated because he can't fly, and he sees this other bird who can, and he's like, okay, I need something. I need to feel like I've got, something over this bird. Thank you all so much for the sprinting. Of course, Heather, I'm glad that you made progress on your book. And again, remember, if you wanted to watch other people read and comment below for their sprints, it's going to be Brittany and Bree for you. Saying hello to Glenda. Yes, so true. Yeah, like honestly, I think a lot of us are feeling a bit fatigued from that one. If anyone ever wants to read Keeper of the Lost Cities, I need motivation to reread the series. Honestly, that's been a big talk about us tonight, possibly reading that. So maybe we could do another bit of a read along to get through that, because it does sound really fun. Like everyone who reads it really enjoys it, and it flies off the shelves at the library. Hope everyone is well. Hello, Jill. We're leaving, but we're going over to Nell's, so you can go hang out with us there to celebrate her birthday. Just finished dinner and I'm now able to whatever words. I think it's the end of the night. Let's restart that. Just finished dinner and I'm now being rewarded for feeding the cat by some purring, lap time, and also a great de-stressor. It's Books with Lexi. For some reason my YouTube is not showing that she's live. That's YouTube. That's really annoying, because I was wondering if that's who it was, and then I didn't see it. Oh, she's doing Realmathon sprints. That tracks. That makes sense. Mel from A Book Fiend Named Mel has Rule of Read sprints on her channel tomorrow morning at 2 a.m. Eastern. So for those of you, depending on your time zone, if you need more sprints after Nell, you can go over to Mel. That's very lovely. Moving from Nell to Mel. I like that. So yeah, thanks, Glenda. And also Mel's lovely, so definitely go support her because she's put a lot of work into Roll of Reads. It's her birthday month as well, so that's why she's hosting this readathon. I also am terrible at spelling. I type way too fast and talk. Oh, honestly, yes, like that's how I am. Especially if you look at a word too much and you're like, that word is starting to look strange to me. Why is it like this? Yeah, reading physically, but it's orbit. Oh my gosh. Okay. I mean, I don't think that that's typical of orbit.
I
Is it?
think that no, but Josiah Bancroft, when he did Sinlin Ascends, and I know Sinlin was originally published, I don't know if it was self-published or it was with a smaller publisher. His books were always very tiny text too. So I don't know if that's like I don't know. I know that authors typically don't have a choice on that type of stuff, but that's something that was very common with the Sinlin Ascend books as well. So
Okay, interesting. It could be, yeah, like a combination of him and like sometimes they want continuity with an author. So if they know that they've published it in a certain format before, they'll do the same thing. Like you'll see that with covers too, even if it's not a series, but it's by the same author, you're like, for some reason I can just tell that this is by the same author. And so, yeah, kind of interesting. And I should have known, Sarah was talking about her audiobook, got being startled. We had just talked about it and then I was like, oh, it must be the alarm. Yeah, no, that would be startling. I read up to 60% of the 7-Year Slip. Amazing. Awesome dream catcher. And 2 more chapters of Taste Like Shakar. Ooh, good. You're doing a good balance of like giving half the sprint to one book and half the sprint to the other. You know where to find me. Yes, I do know where to find you in all of the various platforms that I follow you in. I'll see some of you on Nell Sprints. Thank you, Leandra and Danny. Of course, yeah, Glenda, we'll see you there. I highly recommend Keepers of the Lost Cities. Yes. Okay. I was like, I know this acronym. It's fantastic. Even though they are all chunkers. Thanks for sprints. I think I'm going to get off screen and wind down for the night. Sounds good. No worries, Krista. Thanks for hanging out with us. And actually, you're going to hear me get up. I'm also going to narrate this. I'm going to grab Keepers of Velocity so people can see the cover that we're talking about because I actually did just get the book and I want to prove that I did. So I'll be back. Everyone can look at Danny's lovely face. It'll just take me a second. Entertain the people, Danny. Maybe give them another presentation of your water drinking. I think they liked that last time. Yeah. Ooh, please. Woo. Look at that technique. Amazing job. Hydration is important, everyone. Yeah, this is the book for anyone who was kind of wondering. And it is like for middle grade, they are chunky. And this isn't, I think they get chunkier. Like this is almost 500 pages. And yeah, I've seen a lot of the other ones are a lot chunkier. So yeah. Also, yeah, enjoy your off-screen time. Doing sprints tomorrow night. Yes, please promote yourself. Just set them up during the last sprint. Awesome. Okay, yeah, everyone. I would assume, to be honest, that everyone's already subscribed to Krista. But if you aren't, definitely check her out. So Books and Jams, you can see here. Good to know. And everyone who's here who likes sprinting, obviously, would be very interested in that. I had dinner and finished 3 things I'd never do. I gave it 1 star. Yeah. It sounded like that's where you were going to go with it. On top of all the problems I already had with it, the last 50 pages had a lot of spelling and grammatical issues. What the heck? Apparently the editor just like gave up too. They're probably like, oh, this story. And just were like,
I just need the last 50 pages.
Yeah, exactly. It does aggravate me to a point, depending on like how many spelling and grammar issues are too. And that's not necessarily the author's fault, but it's just like the last straw, you know? Hopefully you have like maybe a 5-star anticipated read next or something, Linz, just to, forget quickly this 1-star read. Have both of you read Naomi Novik? Napoleon Dragon books. I want to read them. I haven't read anything by this author. Have you, Danny?
No. A couple of their books were on my list. It was, I think, Deadly Education, Spinning Silver, and there was an Uprooted is another one that I've had kind of on my radar, but
Yeah, Spinning Silver has been recommended to me a couple times, and I have thought about reading it, but you know what's too bad? And we do get influenced by our friends. I've seen a few people try Spinning Silver, and they've kind of either felt that it was too slow, a couple of them DNF'd it, but I've also had friends who loved it, so it's just, I think that the DNFers are the ones who are, persuading me, but this is a series that I actually haven't heard of,
No, me
so
neither.
yeah, might have to. Maybe that's the one we should check out. Tiny text in indie books is to save on the page count so that the print cost is lower. Yeah, I mean, I understand, especially in that industry. It's like, I feel like there's very little excuse for the traditional publishers because it's like, come on, like really, like you guys. But yeah, like with indie, that's why I was wondering. I'm like, it could be an indie publisher, but it's Orbit, which yeah, because I'm a menace to myself. I refuse to shrink the text. I've had people say they appreciated it being a normal sized font and the books are for readers. So yeah, yeah, it's true. And it is just like it's too bad that it, suddenly like the cost like I don't know, exponentially increases when you increase the font just a little bit. But it is, and I often think of people who kind of struggle. Speaking of Jess, for instance, the Hex Library, she's really open about this, but she has a problem with physically reading books sometimes, depending on how the font is, because it lends her to having headaches. So oftentimes she relies heavily on audiobooks or like large type. And that really helps her out. But even large type is so expensive. Like, I constantly feel badly for our library patrons who want a book and obviously they'd prefer large type. And it's so expensive for us. So we only add like a very small percentage of our new books every year are large type. And yeah, like it would be nice if they kind of acknowledge that large type is an accommodation. It's to support people, certain disabilities or like failing eyesight when you're getting older. And they're like, nope, we're gonna make you pay more for this. Anywho, that's another rant that I have for another day. Katie, Books and Jams, Krista, Kelsey, and Nicole, Dusty Book Sniffers, has sprints tomorrow. We are fully stocked. These days, can you ever enter YouTube without finding someone sprinting? This is what is this? This is our rose era of our this is the golden age of sprinting, guys. The only Novik I read was Uprooted, and it was a 2-star read. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that really stinks. It felt very clunky. Like there's a good story in there, but it's an effort to complete the read. Yeah, with the cost, the way I priced everything, I only make $1 per physical book sale, but I make $4 per ebook. So that's nice. Oh yeah, like that works out really well, especially because I think that probably the easiest way for people to support independent authors is actually through probably ebook sales. It's accessible, it can reach a wider audience more quickly. But that's a really interesting insight. Obviously, Rachel, you've got your own personal experiences, so you know far more about the industry. But yeah, I appreciate the transparency. I'm sure a lot of people
Yeah.
also, because we don't know. There's not enough transparency about how much money actually goes to the author. We'd like to think more, but I don't know why I assumed an author would make more on a physical copy. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's interesting to think about because I guess it is like the production costs, the material, more so maybe what costing more. But yeah, like we need more knowledge about this because we don't know. But yeah, thanks, Rachel, for really being open about that. Okay, so we are all going to end here. I'm going to again provide the link one more time at the very bottom of the comments for those who want to go hang out with Nell and celebrate her birthday with us. If not, we hope you have a lovely evening. The last instruction I have for you is just double check that you are subscribed to Danny. That's all I'm going to say. When all the sprints are over, there will be a chatty bit with Neva. Oh my gosh, perfect. Okay, so after we hang out with Nell, we can then have a chatty bit with Neva and Coda for however many hours. And then you can go over to Mel's channel because Mel is starting at 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. It's all coming together. Yeah, of course. Thank you all for being here and for like being willing to talk about every topic that has ever existed. You know far more. That's my secret cap. Yes. You know everything, Rachel. You really do. Okay. Thanks everyone for being here. Let me get us ready for a little bit of an outro video because it's very cute and I'm very proud of it. That's literally the main reason why I'm doing it. And then we don't have to wave like idiots and not knowing when the sprint ends. So honestly, it's been like a lifesaver. So, okay, we will see everybody over at Nell's. Have a good night. Bye.